Step up, traders.
Talk 1, 2.
Number shaking
TV
down.
calls for unity among people and call for participation on Codestep.
To the stock market show.
Raise that up.
Oh, yeah. Monday to Friday when the floor's alive. Captain Jim James help you cut that dry.
CNBC interview Palantir CEO Alex Karp says our products are integrated with Anthropic and in the future will probably be integrated with other large language models because of the DAO dispute. Iran's supreme leader thanks the military.
Check 1, 2. Mic check.
Game face on when the spreads get heavy. He keeps you calm from the open road till the last trade goes. He's calling the shots on the stock market show. Hey, it's the stock market show where the bulls run wild. The bears lay low from the first loud bell till the closing goal.
Iran's leader says closure of Strait of Hormuz should be continued as a tool to pressure the enemy.
Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Hope you're all doing well.
Attack on school. Iran's leader says all US bases should immediately be closed in the region and those bases will be attacked. Upwards movement in the US dollar off the back of these headlines from the Iran supreme leader.
Good morning out there. How y'all doing? What do we got going on this morning? So,
supreme leader says the Strait of Hormuz should stay closed.
News disconnected.
This morning I read a Truth Social post from Trump, and it didn't give me. Sorry about that. I was kicking the camera stand. It didn't give me good vibes here this morning. Trump came out and posted the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think he ran on lower oil and gas prices. He also ran on no new wars. I don't know how to parse all of this. Continues on with, but of far greater interest and importance to me as president. And this is the part that is the issue. And it's probably the issue for the stock market. It's probably the issue moving forward from here. He says, but of far greater interest and importance to me as president is stopping an evil empire, Iran, from having nuclear weapons and destroying the Middle East and indeed the world. I won't ever let that happen. Thank you for your attention to this matter. There's a lot in that statement this morning. So the way this is being managed is kind of freaking me out a little bit. I think like bombings are fine. I mean, I don't think bombings are fine, of course, but if you're going to bomb a country, you have to know for sure that that bombing is going to be the end of it. And we've basically invaded a country that probably needs boots on the ground for the extent of what we've done over there. It's not guaranteed that that's going to happen, but um, like this is odd. That's the best way to describe it without going off the rails on this kind of stuff. And this looks not like taco time, but this looks like, oh yeah, it's going to be bigger and worse than you think. That's what this post looks like this morning to me. Deflecting from what this is going to likely grow into, which is a larger, a real true expansion in this war. And you also have some information issues out there right now. There's not a lot of information that's out there. The media and the tape wants news, and when they don't get news, someone will fill that vacuum, and Iran's filling that vacuum. They got like new Ayatollah with a statement or something this morning. Iran also is saying a bunch of stuff about how they're not going to concede to anyone, and then you've got Trump, of course, saying we're going to stop all of this. So, and yeah, I think yesterday they said Iran said they're going to target U.S. corporations. So you need when war like this escalates, basically you need the U.S. to go in and make it rubble. That's what we did in Iraq. We've done that almost everywhere we've gone. And I know there's like arguments out there the U.S. loses this or loses that. It's more that they lose interest in what they're doing, or they've destroyed everything there. That's how it happens. Do I want it to happen like that? No, of course not. But the most obvious path forward is for the U.S. to expand this war and literally put Iran into the Stone Age. That's what they're going to do. That's what I assume that they're going to do. And then there's some threats from Iran about acts that would be considered weapons of mass destruction. So I don't know if they'll do that, but I assume as this escalates, they will at some point try to inflict as much pain as possible on the West. So with that in mind, and this post this morning from Trump, this post does not look. It's not a good post. It's not if you want cessation of action in Iran. It's not fitting the mold. Another thing here too is yesterday I was reading headlines that the Strait of Hormuz was mined, and then I read another headline that said that Chinese tankers are getting through the strait. So something's not jiving here. It's either mined or it's not. You're not going to sail. You're not going to mine the Strait of Hormuz, and then the mines are fine with Chinese ships and not ships from somewhere else. So there's a disconnect in information of what's really going on versus what's unknown about what's going on. We also had new information. I think it was 150 or 160 at this point, U.S. soldiers that have either been hurt or killed. I think it was a low number of kills, but killed in action. But there's some expansion going on. There's a lot of information where you can see that there's no there isn't complete information. Either the strait is fucking mined or ships are getting through. So you're likely going to get a larger presence of the U.S. in the Strait of Hormuz. You're likely going to get boots in the ground. It's likely going to also affect the future trading here. This doesn't resolve itself. This isn't a weekend incursion. Hey, we bombed the nuclear site or something like that. We did a 3-day air operation, and we're going in with not enough troops. That expansion will likely take place, or there could be a horrible outcome. And that's my other fear is if Iran escalates, that you get an escalation from the U.S. and what they perceive to be an in-kind response. So if you were to do a cyber attack on, let's say, a bunch of U.S. corporations, shut down commerce, that would be considered a weapon of mass destruction by the U.S., believe it or not. So this could spiral out of control quickly is the point that I'm trying to make. And that means that volatility does not calm down until there's some kind of a clear path set ahead. And the White House has not been the best at this, like managing things that they do, anything that they do. Doge, let's be honest here. Look at Doge. It was a fucking disaster. I don't care what your politics are. It was a fucking disaster. Doge did not fucking solve anything, and they cost the fucking government more fucking money. You look at the next thing, which was tariffs. I am actually a believer in tariffs, but not the way that we did it. The way that we did those tariffs lent so much uncertainty, and nothing was clear that the market crashed in spring last year, and we're right back here with something new again. With this Iran stuff, and it's not clear. There's not enough information. It's not clear. The motives are not clear. Why it's going on out of nowhere. And then we also have Cuba, which is the next thing that we're going to do. And the polling right now for Trump is horrible. It's really bad right now. So, I would think that I would think that some of these plans have been moved up, and they're haphazard, and that it's going to impact the stock market more so than it could. I think it's going to. And I think the stock market is kind of showing us. Let's go look at this opening bell SPY expectations. I think this price action is kind of showing us this too. And if you look on a daily basis here, just quickly look on a daily basis here, the Strait of Hormuz stuff, like, or the non-flow of oil and gas, diesel, or it's like sour crude or whatever it's called, but to make diesel. But if you look at and even with these reserves being released, it's not enough. Just is not enough, no matter what anyone's telling you. It's not enough oil. It's not for us. It's more for Southeast Asia. Of course, diesel, fertilizers, that kind of stuff. And the longer that this continues, as it is right now, it's going to begin to make or have some serious impacts on world markets. I think we're in day 10. I think it might be day 10. I'm not sure. It's like day 10 or something. We start rolling past this weekend into next week. We start working on like the 20 days and stuff like that with no resolution. And you have the Trump Truth Social post this morning. That is not a sign of, hey, like yesterday he's like, we're almost done, bros. And this morning is like, well, we've been talking about Iran for a long time, taking them out. And you're like, no, you haven't. You've been talking about no fucking wars. Now you're talking about a full-scale Middle Eastern war. And this morning he was laid off the brakes of we're close to this being finished, and is leaning into, well, we got to take over the entire country now. You know what I mean? When you're saying stuff like that, it's cause for concern. So, and the market is showing this right now. The market is showing this daily trigger has been moving on to the downside. And we're about to close the door here on a much broader and larger correction. And yesterday, we weren't able to trade 670, but we traded it at 6 p.m. I think I mentioned to you yesterday, maybe we can trade 672, 670 after the bell when Trump does his speech, and then start going higher. We hit the 672 last night at 6 p.m., and I think we have traded down into it this morning. Hitting that number opened a door to new lows. And I think I had that on the chart yesterday showing that white line. I'm like, maybe they don't want to get down there because they're going to unlock a door to new lows. And the daily trigger is coming down right now. It's a little flat here, but even if we get one more squeeze up, there's a high chance of whether it's here, up here, high chance of a bloodbath type crash. If not, it already gets started now. There is a chance that there is no squeeze for liquidity to go down. We start rolling and heading into a pretty severe risk-off environment. And this post from Truth Social this morning on a Thursday morning, he is telling you, Trump is telling you this morning, expect expansion. It's not gonna stop today. I'll read it to him one more time. It says, but of far greater interest and importance to me as president is stopping, or he wrote stoping, an evil empire, Iran, from having nuclear weapons and destroying the Middle East and indeed the world. I won't ever let that happen. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So he's telling you, I'm in it to the end. I don't care what Iran's saying. We're going to remove everybody, and we're going to bend Iran to our will. And we don't have a coalition. So if that's the case, you should expect expansion of war. You should expect warfare not to end, nor uncertainty, nor volatility surrounding it. And the stuff being said out of Iran right now is we're ready to go. We're ready to fight. Whatever you want to do, let's do it. So let's take a look at the market here for a minute. Let's see if we'll delete all this here. It's still going to do this, but I want to delete this briefly here and just take a look at the entire market. Target downside right now is 648.51. 648.51. Yeah, we're going down. Right over here. So there's your target right here. No doors open any lower than this at the moment, just this right here. I'm betting that this continues into April, at least April 31st or something like that, end of the month in April. This weakness. Wait a minute, let me go back to that week again. Check this. Yeah, we're parked right on the weekly right now. You can see it here. We're going to make this one red too, right here. Makes yellow, I guess. That yellow. Take a peek here. And we've already broken the 4-hour. Oh, no, we haven't. Not quite yet. Hold on here. We haven't broken it by a few pennies here, the low. This is the door to downside is right here. Right where we are at 669.76. Hold on here, I gotta here guys, I'm gonna put trade on. One quick second here, guys. Over here, 1 hour now. I think that was a new low too. Yeah, there was a new low right there. We got a new low this morning. Still missing the 669.75. One second here, guys. $73.57. $669.76. Want to say 668, somewhere down here. I have two ideas here. One that we're down here trying to sweep this one right here. It's not required. I would like to see this get taken out at least right here. But then the way is higher thereafter. Yeah, look at this volatility in here. This is not good right here. Hold on a second here, guys. Here's S3 down here. Let's check this. S3. 659, 660. That is just begging right there for a hit right here. Let's go check a 30-minute. This hourly looks like shit right here. Daily looks like shit. This is to 11 o'clock. Right there. Right about there. This is the right there. And the smash right down through here. Let's see, we look what we got here. Right about there. We're gonna fucking crater here. Oh, hold on here. Sorry about this, guys. Watch out for dip buy right where we are. They're gonna attempt to buy this dip, but it's not gonna hold. I don't think it'll hold. Right there. This is 12 p.m. Something like this right here. Around there, like come up here, hit that 5 minute, and then straight back down into the end of the day, right about here. Something like this. We'll watch this closely at we'll watch this closely above here. See if we can break out from this, but there's a lot of pressure down here, so we'll watch this closely to see if we can hold this into noon or if we start rejecting up here at 12 p.m. There's a fuck ton of resistance right here. Now, there is something else for the bulls to be said here. There is something else to be said. If the bulls can break out from all of this doom right here, if they can smash above here, we can start talking about a squeeze higher, but it ain't looking good. This is pretty bearish right here. This is where all the sellers are right here. Your next band of sellers is and it's stacked up. You see how stacked this is right here? And then your old man traders are up here at 683. They're coming down as well. And you also have R4 up here. This is 688. They're stacking them in here, and then a big band. Probably visualize it just like this. You've got a band of sellers. Big band right here. Let's go over the trigger screen really quick. You got a big band of sellers right there, and then you've got another giant band right here. So there's like no safety here for a buyer. And we're slipping under this like iceberg right here. You can see it, right? They're just trying to pin us under here and then send us even lower into Friday morning. And you can kind of, this is kind of easy to see here. This is Thursday right here. Here's Wednesday. And so here's Wednesday at 6 p.m. I think we talked about this. Yes, I think we talked about this, the close yesterday. Or is it right here? Right here. This is 6 p.m. After hours, right? Can't do this in daytime, so you gotta do it in the after hours, right? Back down in here, and you get this bearish selling in the first part of the morning. So we're like sell, blast them down, put the negativity in the market. There's nothing left to come back from in here. We can, but there's nothing. You got to be above this band of sellers and this other band above here. Way is lower. Targeting downside. 664.92. And I think we're supposed to squeeze like yesterday, today, tomorrow. We're supposed to squeeze to the upside. But I'll tell you what. I think we talked about this a couple days ago. I was like, you get into the this war expanding. If it gets through this weekend, like this upcoming weekend, it's gonna be a fucking mess. It's gonna be a disaster. And this is not helping. This Trump. This Trump True Social post this morning is Trump trying to tell you it's worse than I thought it was going to be. And it's not going to be 3 days. It's not going to be 2 weeks or week, 3 days, month, whatever. Expect expansion. So if he's saying that to you this morning, you can see that weakness right here. We should start blooding. And there's a chance here. There is a chance here that we come in like Friday. And maybe we could squeeze on Friday, let's say, and then it's like bloodbath into Monday. If you were looking for like your Black Monday or something like that, there's potential for it to happen here into the weekend. I thought you might get one more. My thesis here is if you can stay up here, You could go down here on Thursday during the day, hit this low in cash market, get it bought. You could see a squeeze to trade this one right here. You can't see it here, but trade this up here. And then catch some liquidity before the bloodbath down here. But there's no like it's just pure panic at this point. So selling begetting selling, like buying begetting buying, and you can see it down here. You see this big rainbow right here, this big cup right here. See it right here. You see this big cup right here. You can just see it right here. It's fairly easy to see. The mess of this is going to be something like this. Take out that low, and then take out this low right here. And I got us targeting 664, but there's a fair chance of a bloodbath down here. Fair chance of it. And then, of course, you're going to walk right into your weekend with your cup and handle, and you come back on Monday, and it's downtown right there. So there's your inverted cup and handle right there. And it ain't looking pretty. You had a chance to escape it. You had a chance to escape it right here. You had a chance to escape this cup and handle right here before they dumped us down. If you come up here, break out, take out all these things up here, we can start heading higher. But this is we're like locked in now, so we're going all the way down here, all the way down there, and we're likely going to depths of hell. Matter of fact, we're trading 668.27 right now, and it should be a bloodbath. Should be a bloodbath down here. Let's just watch this right here. Your 5 minutes is racing down right now. Half hour is going to be right over here. This will be your half hour. You could wind up even lower here. $670. The door will close on this one too. I'm gonna shut the door at 70, I would assume. Tight here. I'll take a shot at it right here. From what I can see here on this half-hour trigger, that's still kind of there. It might go as high. It could go as high as 672. Leave it up here just in case. It's either going to be 672 or 670 to sell. Somewhere in there. This is here's 1600 right here. I don't think it'll take till 1600, but we'll keep it to 16. It'll probably stop at like 2 o'clock or something like that, 1:32 in the afternoon with a squeeze. But we'll just keep this path going here, just track it and see how deep it actually goes. There is tighter, guys. There's your S4. There's your S3, S3, S4, and S5. You could actually trade 659, 30 to 39 if we can get down deep enough on the intraday. We'll get rid of this red box. Quick second here. Oh, hold on. Watch out for buyers here at 10. Like 10 o'clock, right? Sell this down again. Right there. A little bit of liquidity. Sell it again down into this zone down here. Squeeze it up to the half an hour trigger in a 12, and then straight back down into the depths of hell into the close. Spoos trading underneath the weekly trigger. Good morning out there. Hope you're all doing well. I'm going to bring up SPX here for intraday 1-day gamma. Have an alert on RR, ticker symbol RR right now.
Voice news disconnected.
Oh, sorry about that. Top audio. Stocks declined as oil prices kept climbing, with Iran escalating attacks on neighboring states and deepening disruptions to crude shipments. A gauge of global bonds also erased its gains for 2026. The new Iran leader came out this morning and said Strait of Hormuz should stay closed. It's not closed right now. They keep claiming that it's closed, but it's not. Strait of Hormuz is not closed. Chinese oil is getting through, which of course you need it to get through, and I need it to get through because we rely upon them for our goods. What else do we have here? Iran Supreme Leader Khamenei saying studies have been made of opening other fronts. Other fronts will be activated if war persists. Trump stating this morning that the war will persist. Khamenei saying Iran will take compensation from the enemy. Iran will not refrain from avenging the blood of its martyrs. Closure of Strait of Hormuz should be continued as a tool to pressure the enemy. Strait of Hormuz should stay closed. I have a feeling here. I'm telling you guys, like, I was in the army, guys, 12 fucking years. That is not how this is going to play out. That is not how it's going to play out. He says, I'm going to read a few things that these people are saying. Supreme Reinstate TV reads Iran's Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei's message. Ron Splinter commodity in a statement read on TV. We need unity among people in calls for participation on Cuds Day. We won't give up on avenging attack on the school. All U.S. bases should immediately be closed in the region, and those bases will be attacked. So warnings of attack on U.S. bases. Iran will not refrain from avenging the blood of the martyrs. I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you, like, I don't know how much of that is rhetoric, but from my time in the military, right? You know, like, how many people do we lose during or not COVID during 9/11? It was a small number. It was, you know, a few thousand. And we killed millions over that. Millions. So if I had to guess, there's either going to be some kind of intervention, maybe from like Russia or China or something like that, or you're going to see Iran be decimated. I don't want to say glass parking lot, but fairly close to it. And if they were to do anything that would be considered a weapon of mass destruction, I think a glass parking lot is on the table. I'll be honest with you, some kind of glass, either EMP or something. So I would take this as pretty bad, or at least at this point on a Thursday heading into the weekend. You're going to go through the weekend with uncertainty across the board. So we'll watch this closely here. We've got some buyers at 10 a.m. over here. We'll see if we can make our way lower into 11:30. Maybe get one more pump up into making it reject this 5-minute, come straight back down. 1 minute more new low, and then bounce back up into 12. But this looks like risk off to me. Not volatility. And even some of the squeezing this week hasn't looked like volatility. It's looked like liquidity grabs to pound it down even deeper. So we're shifting from the regime of volatility to very much risk off at this point, which means there can be big squeezing too. On Gamma this morning, on one day Gamma SPX. Let me just take a peek at this really quick. Max Payne is...
U.S. Energy Secretary Wright says the release of reserve oil is in part about ensuring near-term supply of oil in Asia.
Max Payne is 6,800. Today, that's that big squeeze higher. We are parked on SPX at the moment at 6,700. Bottom of the options market as of yesterday was 6,700. Let me just take you up here and show you that chart from yesterday. So I haven't made any changes to this chart at all. It's the same SPX Gamma chart that I gave you yesterday. This is the buy the dip zone right where we are. Right where we're sitting right now is the buy the dip zone. So you can see it. You can see it right there. We're in the buy the dip zone. The bigger question is, do we buy the dip here, and then you've got all this negative momentum coming down over here? And does that send us careening lower? We don't know yet. So we are in the buy the dip zone, but this doesn't look productive as of just yet. If you're looking at 1 day Gamma, we got here 6,750, 6,700. There's resistance right here.
U.S. Energy Secretary Wright says Trump is concerned about rising energy prices during this short-term period.
I'm going to lower this right here just to see if this brings on that continuation to the downside. And I'll leave this up here dotted. There. Leave that dotted just for today, just to see if we get that big plunge down here. There's a lot of resistance up here to go lower to this downside.
U.S. Energy Secretary Wright says the U.S. has 415 million barrels of oil in storage right now.
It doesn't make a difference what it is. I think it's not going to help. It's not going to help the, like this compounds. it compounds quickly. It's like you can do this for like a week or two. But if what we needed to do, what the U.S. needed to do, the U.S. needed to go into the Strait of Hormuz, secure the strait. They needed boots on the ground. Like I'm talking like air power over the country, naval warfare or naval bombardment, and then troops coming into that country and to shut the entire thing down. That's not happening. Or some like selective directed at strikes would have been fine too.
Right, as the US
But
more barrels of oil in strategic reserves.
that's not where we are. So
the release.
so this 6700 here is let me just check this really quick so you can get a spy target here. That's these lows right here on Wednesday. So we're gonna look at main screen. This low right here from Wednesday, or this Wednesday right here. This is where the rejection point is in here. Try to pound this down, come back up for 12 p.m. and then more sellers again at 12 p.m. If we can break out above this, this is 6,700. If we can break above 6,700, we can start talking about going up. But until that happens, no expectation of a breakout higher from here. And on the, let me just check something else here. $6,700 is still bottom of the market. So if we go down there, it should hold. One date range is 6,700 to 6,850. 6,700 to 6,850. This would be, if we can smack this down here, 6,850 is pretty high. It's way up here. It actually shows it something like this. That's our 6,700 back down here. And then it's not down, it's way up here, like a squeeze. Like violence up here into Friday. Wait a minute, I gotta look through a few of these things. 6794 is the gamma flip. So it's coming down. Fascinatingly enough, let me just show you this again. Fascinatingly enough, this the gamma flip is now below here. So if you were looking for a squeeze up here, gamma flip has come down. It was above. It was at 68.20 or something like that. It's coming down even lower now. So even the structure of the market is changing. $67.50 is resistance, and then 6,800. So redraw this a little bit here. Go a little bit more bullish.
According to the CCTV, China and Cuba agree to boost bilateral ties.
5 is where. $13.39.
Commander of Iran's IRGC Navy on X says in response to the Supreme Leader, we will deliver the most severe blows to the aggressor enemy by maintaining the strategy of keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed.
Right here. We'll see if they can come in and sell this up a little bit higher, maybe right there. It's even crazier too is that there's a heat map now showing 7,705 into Quapex on the 20th. There's still a giant ass magnet up there at 7,000 or 7050. There's some other commentary coming out here right now. Commander of Iran's IRGC Navy on X saying, in response to the Supreme Leader, quote, we will deliver the most severe blows to the aggressor enemy by maintaining the strategy of keeping the Strait of Hormuz closed. Right, saying the release of reserve oil is in part about ensuring near-term supply of oil in Asia. That's not good. Like near-term, what's that? Like next 3 days?
On banking panel put out statement on Binance, saying Binance puts profits ahead of the law.
Rand Supreme Leader says vengeance is priority until fully achieved. Other fronts will be activated if war persists. It will persist. Half of global LNG tankers stranded in the Gulf. It's not that bad. It's not bad for the U.S., but it's bad for for Asia. Watch this closely here.
At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have a EIA natural gas change. Forecast a draw.
This is not holding here.
ETF. Prior, a draw of 100.
Not holding here.
ETF.
SPX coming back down into 6,700. There ain't nothing down here. There's like nothing here. From what I can see here, there's like this right where we are. This is it. There's nothing like 10 points on SPY, 100 points on SPX to 6,600. There ain't nothing down here. You figure this is the floor right here, and the next floor is right here. There ain't shit down here. Move that over so we can see it. There, that's it. This morning I've got on the list LB, UMAC, and VG. VG looks good for a squeeze.
According to sources, European companies expected to report 3.6% fall in Q4 revenue versus 4.2% fall seen a week ago.
Quick second here, guys. I'm just reading through some stuff here. I'll read a few different stories here to you this morning. The first, this is the juxtaposition or juxtaposition of where we are. Private credit off ramps and the executive put dominate market action. if we weren't all so distracted by the ongoing chaos in the Middle East and watching every tick in crude oil prices, the current escalation of crises in credit would be front page news and dominating de-risking discussions, as Goldman's One Delta desk, Rich Pravorsky, pointed out overnight. Beyond geopolitics, there was another negative headline from private credit. Reuters reported that Morgan Stanley restricted redemptions at one of its private credit funds after investors sought to withdraw almost 11% of shares outstanding. These keep adding up to a growing sense that liquidity mismatch is being tested in the asset class. On the broader backdrop, FDIC data shows bank lending to non-depository financial institutions rose from $56 billion in Q1 2010 to $1.32 trillion in Q3 2025. The growth increasing through 2025. Stands to reason that if the engine of private credit has stalled, it might have a more lasting impact at credit formation and growth in the real economy. It might be small caps that are the real consequence here. Insurers are definitely feeling the pain on the credit side. Yeah, I don't know that this credit thing here. And yeah, that's looking. It's bad. Like back end growth. Let me just check this. Let me just look at some S&P real quick from last year. We went through this last year too, the back half of 2025, and we traded sideways. Not necessarily bad for stock market. The executive put the fundamental tenet here is that the U.S. is unlikely to tolerate a policy path that is visibly misaligned with its interests of equity holders. That was the lesson from Liberation Day sell-off. The market feared policymakers were willing to take the pain to force harder outcomes on China and global trade, but reflexivity won out. I think that remains a cornerstone of the market's view today. The problem is that the off-ramps Washington may want are not fully in its control, and I think that's the bigger thing here is that the president and the current regime is likely losing some control over Iran, or at least like expansion as to what's going to take place. I think the thesis here is we're going to build up this big armada, we're going to drop some bombs, and Iran will come to heel, and they're not coming to heel at this moment. Risk. I'm not feeling warm and fuzzy. I faded the rally earlier in the week. The only pushback is that the market still feels short, and yesterday had a silly bid to it, especially in Europe. Put skews remain elevated, plus vol levels are high, and plenty of people still have hedges on. With oil up like this, equities should be down even more. So from a trading perspective, that resilience is annoyingly a bit bullish, and I cannot rule out more squeezes, especially if we get another jawbone about victory or imminent negotiations. Now, you didn't get that this morning from Trump. You did not get the jawboning or, everything is fine, don't worry about it. This morning, Trump was trying to backpedal in his statements. Yeah, this might expand, bro. And it's Thursday, and over the weekend, be a little bit concerned. But the bigger picture for me remains the same, even if geopolitics dominates the tape. The things that really worry me are more about AI's impact on terminal value, multiples, and growing credit concerns. So that's the negative, right? Hold on here, guys. That's the negative. Now, oil volatility. This is the rest of the negative. Oil volatility is exploding and something is starting to break. Crazy oil volatility sits at the epicenter of the current crisis. Even when spot retraced recently, oil kept vol surging. That dynamic feedback loop leaves markets extremely fragile. Bond vol doesn't need to match oil's extremes, but imagine if some spillover begins. Now, if you look at like the VIX of TLT or the VIX of oil or anything like that, they're blowing up right now. And now there's some counter to this. that historically the VIX of TLT, this is the highest it's been in a very, very long time. Years. It's been years. When that begins to roll down, the market could turn higher and there's squeeze risk. And that leads probably into the next part of the conversation here is even though we're doomish and like right now we're still heading to the downside. We are, by the way, breaking below 6,700 with a new low. We could get a risk-off downside move here. Let me just look at this really quick on air. Just a note here: there could be a drop coming up. That is, let's take a look at it. About a 1.5% drop coming up here. So just be aware of it to the downside. There's no support here. We have a low and a new low in cash market. So we'll be aware. Just be aware that there can be some major selling coming up here on Thursday. Big 1.5% downside move on tap here, and it's all the way down. The target price to the downside is we have it here for the end of the day. I believe it's. Just check this really quick. Got something funky going on. That's not it. Mm, 666. That's 4 hour. I get the wrong one. Yeah, 660 is very possible. Very, very possible. Hang tight here. And on that squeeze risk, yeah, the squeeze risk is still here to the upside, but I don't think it matters. ETF trading continues to hum amidst.
Not combat related. US natural gas futures hold gains up 0.5% after EIA reports slightly smaller than expected storage draw.
SPOO's still trading lower right now. There's no floor here. Just a note to you, no floor. Hold on here. Down a little bit. So
The Nasdaq 100 extends losses to 1.5%.
That'll be a 3% down day. Trading 667.71. S1 is 667.18.
According to CBS, the US imposes sanctions related to North Korea's weapons scheme.
just reading about potential squeezes in the market. I'm reading a headline here that says, credit and crude cracks bonds and stocks, but right tail squeeze risk remains. If you look at like the VIX of oil, I'm just going to bring that chart up for you here. No, that's the wrong one. Bring this up on a different chart, maybe.
Seeing reports that 2 US sailors were wounded from the fire on the US General Ford, but are in stable condition. US commodities regulator launches rulemaking for increasingly popular prediction markets. German Chancellor Merz on Iran war says no evidence to suggest an increased domestic threat.
We're going to look at this really quick here. I'll bring this up to the top here. Still grinding lower. No floor here. There's none. I'll bring you to this. This is SPY right here, but I want to overlay it with the squeeze risk.
German Chancellor Merz says stepping up security measures for Israeli, Jewish, and US institutions in Germany.
Just so we can compare the two of these. Pervortsky here showing why has this is a prime example of how to view these here. So even though I want you to see this, so this is OVX, this is oil VIX. Oil VIX through the roof right now. It's like through the roof, but I want you to see like how we ramp here. Market blasts and craters. When this oil VIX starts moving back down, though, market goes up. Now there is no explanation as to why SPY is not crashed more. You can see right there. SPY should be cratering right now. We're heading into this weekend though of risk off. You can see that that bloodbath over the weekend. But not only that, regardless of why the S&P 500 has not gone down, I'm going to assume that part of this is probably retail. But let's say we get some recovery at some point, either today, this morning, in which we have not gotten as of yet. There's still oil VIX, of course. But if we were to get some job owning, something like that, squeeze risk does remain here on SPY. I think that's probably the only thing that the bulls have is that. I think we said this yesterday, I think we said it yesterday and all week, which was you lay out the bear case. You lay out the bear case, but then you also back down here so you can see it. You let out the bear case, but at the same time, you could see, fucking crater 2% down, or another 1.5% down, and then a squeeze maybe with some kind of resolution. So you have to be aware of headline risk with Iran. But even saying that, this morning, Trump alluded to the fact that he's in it for the distance. There'll be no negotiating with Iran. And if anything, there'll be escalation to bring them to heel. So you have Trump on one side, like top line, you've got Trump on one side saying, "You're out of your fucking mind. We're gonna stay the course." And so I'd assume that they will too. They'll stay the course. I also assume here that the rhetoric that's coming from Iran, from their perspective, it's correct, but it's correct from their perspective, but it'll be met with the full force of the United States, and that's not good. That's not good. We know that that's not good. So even though there's squeeze risk, if you're like bull and you're like, hey, we're going to squeeze, yes, you have to be aware of that. If you're in sell side, aware of some kind of announcement. I think Pravorsky said job owning, or promises that it'll wrap up by the weekend or Monday or something, or there's going to be negotiations. That's really truly there. Like if Trump comes out today, tomorrow, and says something like, "Oh yeah, bro, we're doing that. We're speaking to Iran's leaders, and we should have a negotiation starting on Monday or something." And then, of course, we squeeze balls off, go fucking vertical, and then maybe a day or two later, Iran says we haven't spoken to anybody at the White House. So you got to be aware of that. Just be aware that that's sitting here ready to go. But other than that, this looks bearish as fuck. We're now below support. This is 6,700 right here. I believe like right in here is 6,700, and we're underneath it. We've got a low and a new low underneath. So, not looking good right now. Not looking good for the bulls, nor for buyers that want to buy this dip. So, the PTs for downside into the close today, tomorrow. 659, 658 over the weekend maybe, and then it could get even uglier into the weekend and on Monday. Like I think I said that on Monday or Tuesday of this week. Like Tuesday I said to you that you have to be careful of this devolving. I'm like, most month, like those weekends when everybody's talking about limit down on Monday and stuff, that's not going to happen. In this case, a lot of potential for that over the weekend, for expansion of the war. And if Iran follows through with the threats that they're making, and the U.S. follows through with meeting them or increasing the pressure on them. The only thing I want to say to you here on that, just to wrap this whole conversation up, is just note, for all this doom, just note that there's a big squeeze risk. At the same time that it's like, hey, we're going to, bloodbath into the weekend, bloodbath on Monday. If at any point you see any headlines coming out that are positive, it's vertical city. Vertical, like, let's just let me measure it here in the background. I wouldn't be shocked to see upwards of 3.5 upside, 3.5% squeeze. Upwards of somewhere in there, 3%, something like that. So just be aware of it, that it's looming in the background. I think that's the best bull case you can get at this point. That's like as good as you're going to get as a bull is the squeeze risk. And the sketchiest part about the squeeze risk is it's not a volatility squeeze. It's a really like geopolitical negative gamma squeeze. So it could be violent to the upside. Not like We saw a little bit of that earlier in the week, but it could be violence. Just be aware of it in the background. If you're shorting, short on the high. If you're buying puts, buy them on the high,
Trump administration
and don't get
set
caught.
to suspend the Jones Act to tame oil price. Seeing oil go down a little bit in WTI crude off the back of that headline. See that again, the Trump administration set to suspend the Jones Act to tame the oil price.
Just as I say that, that news drops. The Jones Act is the Merchant Marine Act of 1920. It's a federal law that requires all goods transported by water between the U.S. and U.S. ports to be carried on ships that are U.S. built, U.S. owned, and U.S. crewed. That's being suspended. It was enacted to protect U.S. maritime industry, to bolster national security, and ensure a reliable domestic supply chain. So that is being suspended by the Trump admin right now. Squeezing higher. This is one of those. Headline risk things. For squeezing. One quick second. I'm going to take a quick potty break. We're coming into 10:49 right now. See if the market can attempt to recover here into the 12 p.m. hour, and hope that we don't get sent down to the hurt locker up here into the close of today.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, Fed's Bowman speaks on the Basel III and bank capital rules at the Cato Institute. Text and Q&A is expected with the moderator. According to the Wall Street Journal, half of all LNG carriers trapped in the Gulf, according to brokers. Furthermore, at least 20 LNG carriers, about half the global fleet currently available for charter, are trapped in the Persian Gulf, with daily freight costs soaring as demand from Asia surges, according to ship brokers. Norway's maritime authority says until further notice, Norwegian flagged ships will not be permitted to enter the Strait of Hormuz. We have posted the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested. The International Maritime Organization calls an extraordinary meeting to discuss Mid-East situation. So furthermore, the IMO to hold the extraordinary session on March 18th and 19th. According to sources, the Trump administration tells the oil industry to prepare for possible Jones Act waiver. Reminder, just under 5 minutes time, Fed spokesman speaks on Basel III and bank capital rules. Text and Q&A is expected with the moderator. So reminder, it's Fed's blackout week, so they cannot comment on monetary policy. One minute remaining till we get text release from Fed spokesman. Ten seconds. Fed spokesman for supervision says regulators will vote on revised capital rules in coming weeks that will reduce large banks' requirements by a small amount. Fed and the other agencies to vote on revised bank Basel capital rules proposal and surcharge for globally risk of GSIB banks. Regulators expect new Basel proposal will lead to a small increase in bank capital requirements, and the GSIB surcharge proposal will reduce them. Bowman says regulators will also propose new standardized approach for risk-based capital requirements for smaller banks. UK Defence Secretary Healey says evidence mounts that Iran may have started mining Hormuz. The US to sell $50 billion in 52-week bills on March 17th to settle on March 19th. And the US to sell $19 billion in 10-year month tips on March 19th to settle on March 31st. and the US to sell 13 billion in 20-year month bonds on March 17th to settle on March 31st. Oil prices extend gains. The US crude rises 10% to a near $96 a barrel. The US to sell 77 billion in 6-month bills on March 16th to settle on March 19th, and the US to sell 89 billion in 3-month bills on March 16th to settle on March 19th. Trump says Iran national soccer team is welcome to the World Cup. US Defense Secretary Healey says mine clearance is near impossible during the conflict, and the best way to reopen the shipping route is to de-escalate. Excuse me, that's the UK Defense Secretary Healey. Traders no longer fully price in one Fed rate cut in 2026. The Australian dollar falls 1% against the US currency. UK 30-year yield climbs 12 basis points to 5.47%, the highest since October. According to sources, oil exports from Novorossiysk 10 days behind schedule in March due to drone attacks and storms. US crude futures rises 10% after Iran says will keep the Strait of Hormuz closed.
Spot gold falls nearly 1%.
ECB's Panetta says private sector key in cross-border payments. Fed bids for 4-week bills total $747.3 million. Israeli military says it's begun a wave of strikes in Beirut. At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have the US 4-week bill auction. Prior high yield 3.64%, prior bid to cover 2.89. Stellantis is said in talks with Xiaomi and XPeng on Europe deals. Stellantis seeks China EV tech and investment in European business, with Stellantis weighing stake sales in Maserati and other European brands. According to Hearst, Pentagon looking at options for supplemental request, and Hearst sees fiscal year 2027 budget request coming relatively soon. Fed spokesman speaking during Cato Institute Q&A says Fed board will vote on Basel proposal next week. Will have 90-day comment period. In 5 minutes' time, we have the US 4-week bill auction. Prior high yield 3.64%, prior bid to cover 2.89. Fed's Bowman hopes to implement new rules in relatively short time frame. So, White House Press Secretary Leavitt confirming what was said earlier that the US is considering waiving the Jones Act for a limited period of time. White House Press Secretary Leavitt says this action has not yet been finalized. Shortly expecting the US 4-week bull auction. Russian Foreign Minister to meet the IAEA chief Grossi on Friday, according to TASS. Free spot 64%, free spot 64%, bid to cover 2.77, 2.77, with the US selling 100 billion and awarding 27.72% of bids at high. According to the Wall Street Journal, Saudi Aramco are in talks to buy Ukrainian drones. So for the further info into this Wall Street Journal article, oil giant Saudi Aramco is in talks with at least 2 Ukrainian companies to buy interceptor drones that could help protect against Iranian attacks targeting its oil fields, according to people familiar with the matter. We have posted the article from the Wall Street Journal on the feed for those interested. According to AFP, Iran Deputy Foreign Minister says they're not laying mines in the Hormuz Strait. Seeing WTI crude move down just a little bit off the back of that headline. Seeing the S&P 500 move to the upside, a little bit down, turn in the dollar off the back of that headline. The UK CMA steps up monitoring of petrol and diesel prices, and the UK CMA to ask fuel stations to supply revenue and sales and cost data. Iran allowed some ships to cross the strait, a deputy foreign minister has said, according to AFP.
Coming into 12 p.m., we'll see what happens here. Grand Deputy.
Pairs gains after report Iran let some ship cross the strait.
Excuse me. Ooh. I have like really dry mouth. I think I said to you earlier in this. Come back on here really quick. I had said to you earlier that there was conflicting reports that China is allowing or Iran is allowing Chinese oil through the Strait of Hormuz, which contradicts other reports that Iran is mining the Strait of Hormuz. Iran saying just a few moments ago that they're not laying mines in the Hormuz Strait. There's no way that they're laying mines and allowing Chinese ships through. Coming in at 12 o'clock, we'll see just a note here that you should see.
An incident involving time-chartered vessel Source blessing that occurred.
A rejection to go further down over here.
Local time in the Persian Gulf.
Watch out for squeeze risk. If there's anything to say on that squeeze risk thing, just make sure you're shorting on a high and then hold your positions even if you get squeezed, unless it comes close, of course, to your entry. Whatever position that you're in, you want to be holding long enough to deal with the violent swings that take place in the market. Are we trading right now? Are we at the opening price yet? Let's see, 9:30. Yeah, we're right at the opening price right now. Cash New York opening price right here. We haven't gone anywhere yet. It says Iran has allowed some ships to cross strait. Think tight here. Just doing some work here in the background. First major group of buyers here. See if the 12 o'clock sell gang comes in or the buy gang. Be careful of the flows coming in at 12 p.m. $78.99. A lot of buy flows coming in here. Volume last 2 hours.
Wife of Iran's late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei.
20 million.
And reports of her death were incorrect.
Whose death? Reports of whose death are incorrect? I missed that. Is that market related? Wife of Iran's late Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei is alive. Reports of her death were incorrect. The Iran state media. SPX still holding 67 or 6,700 as of right now. This is supposed to be the bottom of the market here. 6,600 is the absolute bottom of the put market. That's the bottom of the put market. 60. All right. Did it work? Did it work or no? Did it work or yeah, or yes or no? Yeah, I think it has something to do with the network. Oh, really? Is that on a different account? Okay. Yeah, it's I think it's my it's got something to do with the catch not being. That's not that they don't like. But at any rate, you get it, right? Hold on a second. My hair's drying. I gotta run the hands through the mane there. Was the first attempt to buy the dip. It's taken all morning. It's taken since 10 a.m. To attempt to buy the dip here. There is some volume coming in, buy volume. There's 20 million in the last 2 hours. We'll see what happens if there's any kind of recovery. The market's just begging for some positive news right now. I'm reading further into this Jones Act They're not going to suspend it. They might. So it's not going to happen. I've got it here. It says White House Press Secretary Leavitt saying the U.S. is considering waiving the Jones Act for a limited period of time. This action has not been finalized yet. So the Jones Act thing is like the looking for the job owning, as Pravorsky put it, from Trump basically through a surrogate. This is from a Bloomberg strategist. I'll read it to you. This is from Simon White. The Iran war is the biggest risk to the U.S. economy. I agree. There are a lot of people out there right now that are pushing like private credit, but I don't see that as a catalyst for down markets. They keep using this like private credit, but we had a roll down in private credit in 2025, and market was fine outside of the tariff shit. The Iran war is the biggest risk to the U.S. economy, otherwise showing broad-based strength and a liquidity backdrop very supportive of asset prices. The U.S. economy is firing on all cylinders. The main cycles that drive economic growth are mostly in good shape, while rising excess liquidity is a tailwind for risk assets. However, as oil and gas prices rebound and missiles continue to fly, a protracted war with Iran is exactly what it would take to wipe out this wide base of resilience. I can't say this enough, which is the length of time that there's still issues like this, specifically like, can we get through the Strait of Hormuz or not? We're not going to put ships through the Strait of Hormuz. That stuff, it does damage the longer that it goes on. That's really bad. Like really bad. You might not feel it right now, but it compounds over weeks. So like 2 to 3 weeks in, it'll be brutal. That's like next week, right? So we need something between now and the weekend. Some kind of like, hey, well, we're gonna fix this, but without that, it can get messy over the weekend. Economies are driven by underlying cycles, the most important of which for markets is that of liquidity. Excess liquidity, the difference between real money growth and economic growth, has turned up again and is at a post-pandemic highs. Global money growth has been strong. Not only that, I think the Pentagon said that they spent 11 billion, 11 or maybe even more over this past. The Pentagon went to this Senate and said, I think we spent 11 billion or something like that. That's all money sloshing around. Tyler, I gotta check my messages here. $10:51. I missed a call. I missed a call from 11:51.
Surely expecting the Freddie Mac numbers.
Hang tighter, guys.
US 30-year fixed rate mortgage averages 6.11% in March 12th week versus 6% prior week, according to Freddie Mac.
Its mortgage rates jumped the most in 11 months on war inflation risk. The US says 60 plus Iranian vessels and 30 plus mine layers damaged or destroyed. As US Central Command posting on X, the Freddie Mac 15-year fixed mortgage rate averaged 5.5% as of March 12th.
Sorry about that. I had to take that call. Okay, let's go over here. Coming up into 12 p.m. See if we can get above this and start squeezing. Be careful of squeeze risk, even though we're extremely fucking bearish here. Squeeze risk is real here. I'm going to go back to this article here. Economies are driven by underlying cycles, the most important of which for markets is that of liquidity. Excess liquidity, the difference between real money growth and economic growth, has turned up again and is at post-pandemic highs. Not only that, the money that's flowing right now into this war is more money. It's kind of like QE. You don't want to say that, but wars bring money into your economy. The Pentagon's spending money like crazy right now. So you're basically printing that money too. Global money growth has been strong, while since the attacks on Iran, the dollar's rally has been unremarkable. The tightening in rate expectations in the U.S. and around the world has also been overall fairly marginal. Excess liquidity was robust going into the conflict and has been relatively unscathed since. The longer the war goes on, however, let me just switch this up where it's at. Hold on one more second. Sorry, I got to take these calls here. I don't have a choice. Did I just get another text message? Think tighter, guys. There you go. Take that. Excess liquidity was robust going into the conflict and has been relatively unscathed since then. But the longer that the war goes on, however, the greater the risk that tighter financial conditions and reaccelerating inflation will squeeze excess liquidity lower. The outlook for stocks and credit will quickly deteriorate. The liquidity cycle isn't the only one that's important for markets and economy. The business, housing, inventory, and credit cycles are also key. Most were turning higher at the onset of the conflict, yet all are at risk from the war. The most closely followed is the business cycle. And that's the one that you should be following out there. I'll just make that statement now. Like, you'll hear me sometimes say the economic cycle, the business cycle. I talk about the housing cycle sometimes. Tightening cycles, and that's the credit crunch or credit cycle. But the most important one, like, you got, like, GDP matters, money printing matters, of course, deficit matters, but like the key one here is, do you have unemployment? Unemployment's like the biggest driver. Unemployment, inflation to some extent when it gets out of control. That'd be like number 2 for me. And you can like talk about GDP and all that kind of stuff. You need those things for that soup to come together. But the liquidity cycle isn't the only one. That's important for markets and the economy. The business cycle though is big. Housing is big too, but we put so many rules on the housing in the housing cycle from 2008 that people really aren't taking as much risk as you'd expect.
Production shutting down in Qatar, Iraq, and UAE offshore.
So the housing cycle is not as dangerous as it once was. I know it's contrary to the zeitgeist. People are buying houses with cash these days. I noticed it. I noticed how glaring it was in the 2015-ish. That flippers flippers pre-2008 up until 2008. House flippers, second, third home buyers, had access to credit that was highly risky and washed out generations. Post 2008, where the biggest investment you can make in your life being a home, normally for most people, there were so many rules attached to that post 2008 that what it did was had an inverse effect. It created the inability to wash people out of the system, which you need in a capitalist system. You give people free money when free money is available, and the people that do the right thing with that money, they survive when we go through a downturn in the economic cycle. People that didn't make good decisions, they get washed out. And the housing market in particular has made a more resilient homeowner. As a matter of fact, Trump's trying to remove some of those protections, or has spoken about it for the past couple of years. And you've also heard him say 30-year mortgages for people. And the idea behind that is that it's the ability to wash people out, to make poor decisions, without putting the housing market and our economy at risk like it was in 2008. Now, with the data now pointing to a reacceleration, the fabled no landing scenario, there will be no chance of that if the conflict persists. Though the U.S. economy is still turning up, it's turning up in a big way. So this is reminiscent, or this price action here is reminiscent to me, of course, of the tariff stuff. I just got off the phone with somebody, a friend of mine. He was watching the show earlier, and he had said he made some comments to me on the phone about what I had mentioned earlier about how we do things. He had said, it kind of struck a nerve with me of how we're doing things. So a prime example of that would be illegal immigration. Well, I can't get my cursor over here. The highlight of that would be like illegal immigration. I don't think anyone wants illegal immigration. We don't want people living in a dark, quiet corner of our country, right? Not being paid properly, maybe not paying taxes, maybe paying taxes, not being able to enjoy the fruits of those taxes. You don't want them that secret society. It's not a good healthy thing for a first world country to have that, right? We can all agree to that. We don't want slave labor, but at the same time, you don't want to remove them in the way that we are removing them. We know that we need immigrant labor, so there's no like path along with it. So when you're like, hey, we're going to do something about illegal immigration, you look back on when Al Gore did that illegal immigration push, and it wasn't as big of a story. And it's about as many people were removing then as it is now. But I'm using that as a vehicle to explain that you may not necessarily be against some of the stuff, but how it's being done. And I think the Iran thing is similar to that. It's just like tariffs. I'm for tariffs, but you're like, how do we go about getting those tariffs or bending those countries to their knees to work with us, including China, bringing manufacturing back to the United States, which is a good thing. We experienced brutal disruptions in goods during COVID. It was glaring, right? It was like, that's your warning shot right there. But how we go about it is the issue. And I think this Iran thing is the same thing. It's like, how are we going about dealing with Iran? And this is, you could relate this just back to tariffs. It's the same shit as in tariffs, right? We're just gonna put the thumb on, and until you can look like you have some sanity in your plan, the market's going to pay for that. And that's what we're experiencing right now, of course. So that phone call I had was that same thing. That the guy was saying the same thing. He was like, he's like, some of the stuff I'm for. He's like, just how it's being done. You can't really have any sympathy for a nation like Iran. That's how many did they kill? 30, 40,000 people in protests. That was just a few weeks ago, right? They were murdering people in the streets. I mean, this is not a good regime. Even for all the faults you think the United States has, you cannot hold Iran up as the pinnacle of anything good for their people or for the rest of the world in any way, shape, or form. Have we killed 30, 40,000 people in the U.S.? The answer is fuck no. For protesting, fuck no. That has never happened in the United States. 30, 40,000 people. The answer is fucking no. That has not happened. So it's not necessarily like, hey, we don't like, you're in disagreement with this, or regime change in Iran, or removing their ability to have nuclear arms because of fanaticism. But at the same time, how you're going about it is it's sloppy. And I just read an article a moment ago that some of the, I'll see if I can bring this article up and just give you the headline on it. But I just read another article saying that Iran, a bunch of Iran, let me see if I can find this here. The actual headline.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Bessent is traveled to France March 15th, 16th to meet with Chinese Vice Premier Li Yifeng.
There's something about analysts about Iran were removed from their positions. They were gutted right the days before the invasion. Kash Patel fired an entire team of Iran experts right before the war started. So it's the same shit, you know. It's just like it's the same shit. You're just like, what do you mean they fired a bunch of experts right before the war? Probably those experts, you know, like if you think about diplomacy, it's a critical, part of statecraft. Critical. Part of statecraft, whether you're dealing with tariffs, or you're dealing with war, or you're dealing with illegal immigrants, as an example, repatriating, diplomacy, and the work that goes on behind the scenes. Hey, buddy. Come here, handsome. What are you doing? You okay, old man? He went running this morning. He's in some pain. He was expecting pancakes and bacon or sausage or something this morning from me. I didn't give it to him. So when you're like thinking about that stuff, like how is this going on? I think anything would help here. I think any kind of structure. We're doing this, and this is the path, and this is where we're going. Instead of the vague, not enough information, low information, misinformation, and then the vacuum of that misinformation, low information being filled with Iran. I'm shocked that we're even picking this up on the tape. Iran is controlling the narrative on this tape right here, and I think even the street just wants that narrative controlled by the West, and that's not happening at the moment at all. It's not happening at all. Market's still being accumulated here. There are a lot of buy flows coming in right now, even though price is not moving. Be aware of squeeze risk. I do think we fade all the way down into the close and into tomorrow, and it's a bloodbath on Monday if we don't get this squeeze. Even though people are buying this right now, I think all these squeezes will be sold. And the other thing too is, even if we do squeeze, I think we sell down to new lows thereafter. If we squeeze up to 88 or 92 or anything like that, It's still going to be sold to the downside until we get some kind of like, I don't know. I want to say it has to be a truce or anything. Pravorsky mentioned job owning or claims of negotiations starting. That could do the squeeze, but until there's like a plan moving forward that's public enough that everybody knows what is the plan, I'm going to assume here that even the street doesn't know what the plan is from the White House. Trading 668.94 right now. Have not gone anywhere all day long. Just parked sideways right now. Sideways since the open. U.S. CENTCOM saying that they hit approximately 6,000 targets in Iran, more than 60 ships and more than 30 mine layers damaged or destroyed. Signs of a slowdown in the jobs market are not a surefire indication that the business cycle is about to turn lower either. I disagree with that 1,000%. Corporate margins remain strong, cushioning the need for firms to make as many layoffs, and reams of government money continue to ripple through the economy. The rise in the unemployment rate has largely been driven by a drop in the labor force as the clampdown on immigration continues, rather than any inherent weakness. I agree with that statement. It's not only the clampdown on immigration, but it's the clampdown on federal jobs. And federal jobs are being used as zeitgeist that the unemployment rate is rising, but the Fed is not there to support federal government jobs, only private jobs. If firms were going to make layoffs, we'd normally expect to see hours worked turning lower and temporary help declining. Neither are the case, with average weekly hours worked remaining steady and temporary help rising, not falling. Yeah, the employment situation is good. If you remove the illegal immigration push and if you remove the federal government job cuts, and private employment looks outstanding. It doesn't look bad at all. And the Fed's job is not there to promote bureaucracy in the federal government, to stimulate that job growth. Even though it does show up in the numbers, it doesn't show up in all the numbers. It doesn't show up in private payrolls, but it shows up in the full unemployment numbers. And it's not just a U.S. business cycle that's an enviable place. Global cycle is also turning up. Almost all OECD country-leading indicators are rising on a 6-month basis, while bellwethers of global cyclical momentum, such as exports of Taiwan and South Korea, have barreled higher on semiconductor demand. And I think that's where the problem lays, is in the foundries, the fabrication plants, the foundries in Asia. If the Strait of Hormuz closes down, for oil to be delivered to those specific countries like South Korea, Japan, any of their surrounding supporting type countries, if that oil is shut down or collapsed, that is a fucking issue, and it'll quickly become an issue. I think yesterday I said to you, you could see these countries have rolling blackouts if this continues, as they try to keep their foundries open.
President says that he will continue U.S.-China trade and economic discussions in Paris. Just continue on X.
Like even the food, even the fertilizer thing, I'm not even as concerned with that. I'm more concerned with processing that crude into diesel to keep these factories open in Asia,
On X says when
and that is something that can impact
we will not
a recession in other countries.
pay the price.
A recession. If you have a recession in the U.S., you need the entire world to participate. And currently, these other countries that are part of the world order, the West, they're all doing well right now. But this does have that ability to send those nations into a recession that would impact our country. What else do you have here? The same guy here. Then there's the inventory cycle. It's at an early stage in the U.S. as firms have gradually begun to restock. Leading indicators such as the ratio between business and customer inventory sentiment in the ISM survey are turning up strongly from low levels. Sales to inventory ratios have also been rising across businesses and especially the retail sector. The housing cycle hasn't been as robust, but it's by no means getting decisively worse. I agree with that. When you look at I'll read comments on the housing bust, and I always find them comical. I'm always like, these people have. I think that some people have they have like an anger problem. Like, my wife left me and took the kids and the dogs and the cats and the goats and the horses. So I'm mad at the world now, right? And so you get this sentiment when you see any of the housing data come out. The sentiment runs along the lines of, as the housing market pricing collapses, all these people are going to be fucked. Fuck them, right? They can kiss my ass. They wanted to pump up the prices of housing during COVID, and now they're going to pay the price. But if you actually look at the housing, not a lot of inventory has moved. A lot of people that bought homes was pre-COVID with low rates, and they haven't moved. They get washed out slowly, and they get aged out slowly. But in fact, the majority of homeowners experienced the money sloshing around. Right? Their houses they bought here, and when money sloshed around, it went way up here, and as it's come back down into normalcy, they just have normal growth in their ownership of that home. It's not like they're upside down or underneath it or anything like that. There's no gotcha moment for any of those people. And the people that it is a gotcha moment for, that maybe bought during COVID or during the ramp during 2020, 2021 and inflation, there's a very small percentage of homeowners. And then you have to compound that with that tightening cycle in 2020, 2021. Most homes are or not most, but a lot of homes are also being bought with cash, pure cash. So there's no gotcha moment for those people either. There's like literally none. Those people are blowing cash. They like, I'm cash rich. I'm going to buy myself a house, and I really don't give a fuck about the price of what my home is valued at today. I just don't care. I don't have a mortgage. I don't have an adjustable rate. I don't have anything. So those people don't care either. Our housing market is very, very stable. It's not like there's no like, yeah, it is right now, bro, but it's going to get even uglier. That doesn't work for most of our our homeowners in this country. Most are very well off with their homes. Their values might be coming down, but it's coming down from it already being up from this, this trend that's been going up for decades. The housing cycle hasn't been as robust, but it's by no means getting decisively worse. Higher mortgage rates have eroded affordability, and long-term rate fixings have deterred many from moving home. Inventories have started to rise. Annual price growth has slipped to 1.4%, while sales growth has fallen to 0. But there are green shoots. Bloomberg's Housing Surprise Index has jumped higher, and building permits, the best leading indicator for the sector, are growing. Further rises are expected since mortgage spreads have been tightening. The housing cycle is actually showing signs of improving. where we can get more home buyers, people can get out, and you've got rates potentially coming down more so this year. So the whole idea that coming right back up here, just got a high of 671.32. We'll see if we can keep grinding higher. If we get sent to the downside into tomorrow and Friday, we'll find out here shortly if we can break above this mess up here or not. So like the housing market is not as like, there's no gotcha moment in the housing market. I know that's against zeitgeist, but like everyone wants to fuck these people. I get it, and I get it too. I understand. You know, I understand. $500,000 home, fucking $1 million home. No one can afford that, right? That's the zeitgeist, right? How do I price myself into a house like that? And of course, no one offers up move somewhere where you can afford a home in a market that you can afford a home. As a matter of fact, on this topic, I was thinking about spending the summer somewhere else, and I looked at in Austin. And Austin's got gorgeous homes for dirt cheap to rent. I can't afford a home. Move to Austin. It's not the apocalypse that Detroit is that the country portends. But Austin's kick-ass community. It's booming. Even if their tech culture, tech hub is kind of flopping around everywhere, but there's still cheap housing. They built enough homes there to make it affordable, and there's places like that all over the country too. So let's look at the rest of these other cycles here. Fundamentals for credit also mainly look constructive. Credit, like private credit, does not determine our business cycle or the economic cycle or the economy can't grow, any of that kind of stuff. I think I showed you that earlier. If I didn't show that earlier, I showed you earlier. Did I show you earlier I'll have to show you one of those charts here. I don't know if I showed you that chart, but private credit on its own is not going to determine if the market goes down. I'll try to dig that chart up for you, but we had private credit go careening down in early 2025 all the way into September, October, and the market literally went fucking vertical except for the down move in springtime. Went vertical all year long into the fall, then began trading sideways for dispersion and distribution. Fundamentals for credit spreads remain positive. Balance sheets at tech firms have deteriorated as they have spent and borrowed hand over fist on new data infrastructure to power the next generation of computing. The most worrying shadow looming over credit comes from the private space. Opaque and heavily exposed to the disruptible software sector after the rapid improvement in AI coding agents, private credit could be a grim reaper on its way for the credit market as a whole, and thereafter possibly the rest of the economy. I think that's true, but I don't know that it's today. Nor do I think it gets priced in today either. It likely gets priced in the fall or in the spring of next year. As we build, we still need to build enough data centers, and we still don't have the energy for that to take place. So private credit, yeah, I think that's going to take a hit, but I don't think it's right now. The latest antidotes coursing through the market and shaking confidence are J.P. Morgan restricting lending to some private credit funds after loan markdowns and investors looking to redeem 14% in Cliffwater's $33 billion flagship private credit fund in the first quarter. Not only that, there are charters for these private credit firms where they can stop you from removing your money so you don't create runs on those funds. Or banks. Still, it's precisely because of a lack of transparency that private credit might be able to weather this hit to loan values, putting off the final reckoning to another day. If the private credit boom follows every other cycle in history with an eventual bust, either way, it will take some doing to reverse such broad-based economic resilience, but a war would do it. And here's the key line here. The longer that this goes on, the greater is the energy and food-led tax on spending that will eventually gut fragile sentiment, endanger company cash flows, and increase the chance of credit markets implode. And I would add one more bit of color to that, which would be you can actually shut an economy down. You can actually shut down the economies in Asia, like Japan and South Korea, and Taiwan and some others that are over there too. And the more that inflation becomes entrenched, the greater the tightening in global financial conditions from higher rates and slower real money growth. Risk assets and economies won't stand much of a chance. I think that's where the fear comes in over this weekend and into next week. If this continues without a plan in place, without some kind of progress report where the government's almost doing a psyop, saying this is where we are, this is how far we're through this. Stop listening to these fucking guys over here talking about how they're gonna do this and do that and do this, and maybe even respond to some of that stuff. You know, if you're gonna do drones in California, you might as well just the U.S. might as well just make it public. If you do that, we consider that a weapon of mass destruction. That's a WMD. If you sink any more ships or put any more ships on fire in the Strait of Hormuz, we consider that a WMD at this point. And I'm assuming at some point we're going to say that. I'm assuming at some point the U.S., whether that's this weekend, today, tomorrow, or Monday, this deadline is real. I need you to know that deadline is real. As a matter of fact, what I'll do is tonight I'll write up a report for you about how this goes down in detail. I'll write you a report tonight and put it on the website, and how dangerous this is, and how it's not being addressed from the White House, which they can do. They can do it today. They can do it tomorrow. They can do it Monday. They can just point blank say, if you fuck around, you are going to find out. And they haven't said that quite yet. You still really haven't heard that from the White House. And it is that dangerous. So, and I don't know why they haven't said anything. The only thing that I can see in that they've said is Trump today, this morning, stating that, or in a roundabout way, stating that this could take longer than expected, or there's no resolution in sight to negotiations. But I think there'll be a threat made. I think the U.S. is going to make some kind of public policy announcement at some point that if this continues with the strait or with the stoppage of oil, that they'll consider it a weapon of mass destruction for the West, and that they'll reply in kind sooner than you think. Probably, I would say that I would think that if this continues into next week, you'll see an aggressive U.S. posture towards Iran that I don't know that you can predict the outcome of what the U.S. will do. And I'll write a report for you on that this evening. I'll put that into the brief tonight. And I'll do a write-up on it and explain it in more detail, how this impacts the whole world here. What else do you have? I think that's the entire article, and that's just on if the war continues in its current form without any kind of roadmap, that it could be very detrimental to our economy, and put an end to this economic cycle. I think it's quicker than this guy's letting on. I think this guy is being, I think he's being gentle in his statement. And how devastating this could be quicker than you think, within the next 2 weeks. Still attempting to accumulate in here. I'm looking at the hour bars, and we've got four nice green bars on hour candles on SPY. Still trying to accumulate here. Market looks like it's waiting for the U.S. to say something, or for Trump or someone to say something. Watch this prior high up here. Yeah, that's last hour bars at 15 million right now. UMAX starting to rip higher. A little bit of a roll here on HIMS. We're going to look at VG. We brought those guys up earlier. They've been green all day long. Talked about VG yesterday. It's got a nice little bat wing going on over here. Nice little leg up here. Want to see that equal high if we can to the upside. And it's also on this big breakout. Just nice, clean, easy, clean bull flag here. A low, lower low at 584 and a breakout of trend. Nice clean back test, and also you have a daily trigger crossing the weekly trigger. So if you were watching HIMS maybe on the lows, this one's just getting started. VG has to close a gap above at $14 and get above this prior high here and up here and up here. It has one leg right here. In a 5 wave, you got 1, 2, 3, but this 3 doesn't look good done here. This 3 should be up here. And then 4 and then 5 higher. So this one not yet complete. First leg to beat this prior high right here. Perfect. Held support just fine. Going up and over, you're going to be looking for this high right here to be beat. And then to give away about half of this, somewhere in here, for your next jump point. So that's nice move up high here. Another one right here. The daily trigger will cross right up here.
According to Meher News, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson says many ships can still pass through the Strait of Hormuz if they coordinate with the Iranian Navy.
I was saying this to you earlier this morning. So there's your first one right here. There's your candle right here, and you should be able to get your next pump up right there, and start to attack this $18 up here and $19.45. So price target on this $20. Currently trading 13. That's almost a full 100% trade from right where we are. Use this as your base to go higher, and the ticker symbol is VG, Victor Gamma. Make sure you check out their their fundamentals. They'll be really good. SPY trying to be accumulated right now. That's VG. The other thing, too, in this VG, you're going to look for a corrective move here. You want to know the future of VG? 1, 2, like this. Back up on this one right here. And start a whole nother cycle to trade this up into this prior high at $25. Let me just draw that up there. Something like that up there. And at the end of the year, price target $30. SPU's now up at S2. Almost near the new 4-hour candle. 12:41 4-hour candle will start at 1:30. We move this over here. Time.
ECB's Valerie says that he sees risks and opportunity for the EU, the private credit.
You okay, buddy? You need some water or something? Are you hungry or you're thirsty? What's going on? You guys keep pacing around me. One quick second here, guys. I'll be right back. You guys need some water? What you got going on here?
Fed bids for 30-year bond total $5.5 million. Philora says private market growth has liquidity and valuation risks. Saudi Arabia said they intercepted a drone heading toward the Shaiba oil field. Philora says private equity can boost the EU's economy and innovation. Ten minutes ago until we get the 30-year bond auction data, prior high yield of 4.75%, prior bid cover of 2.66. with the US looking to sell $22 billion in 30-year bond reopening. So according to analysts then, JP Morgan strategists said in a late Wednesday note, despite support from outright valuations, a difficult technical backdrop may mean the auction needs additional concession to be digested smoothly. And looking at the latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators were net long 20.3K classic bond futures and net short 256K ultra bond futures, possible sources of covering demand.
Voice news disconnected.
Hello, Dwayne. My name is Arthur. I saw an ad that you had. All right, let's see if we can get a an expectation for tomorrow here. One quick second. Tight. Close for a minute. How high we actually are up here. Look at that. So beautiful, isn't it? So close to the roll. That right. Let's go back to this week. Leave this up here. If we squeeze, we'll know it if we can trade above 675, 672. I don't see that. We had our chance yesterday. It's over here. Door is closing right here. You can see it. Party time to the downside. It's over here. Target right here. There's your Monday meltdown right here. Go to the 1 hour here. This is 1600 close.
US airline shares fall as oil prices surge near $100 per barrel after attack on oil tankers in the Gulf. So United Airlines falling about 4%, American Airlines down 4.2%.
Hold on, it's wrong. Right here. Go back here. Give me a second here, guys. What time is it right now? $15.30. A second here. I gotta move this to a 30-minute here. Something like that. Match this low a little bit in this close. Hold it until just about the close. Unclench up here. And then the new sellers come right in right here to send us lower into tomorrow at 1600. Just 1 second here. A few other things we got to look at here. We got first target down below is 662.27 right here. Even go lower. It's Friday 9:10 out there 10 a.m.
Tesla
Right.
converts XAI investment into SpaceX stake ahead of IPO.
40 right there. And then by end of day 6:56, I've got us going a little bit lower here. At 660, the range is right here. It's like 60. 657, somewhere down here. Right down in there. 659.48. I don't know if we can bury this. I don't know if we can bury this into Friday close, but we'll see if we can. It might not come until Monday, but we might wake up to this on Monday. There's 9 a.m. right there. And I'll be honest with you. I think that we can get down here by Monday, Tuesday, 6:48, 6:49. I think we can actually get down here over the weekend. I think it's possible. Now, there's squeeze risk here while I'm showing you this. I'm showing you this right now. But I don't think we have too much squeeze risk right now. Like, I think you have some squeeze risk. You had squeeze risk up here. And this was on Wednesday close.
Tesla's granted
You had squeeze risk right here. Let me just mute this for a minute.
Voice news disconnected.
And I don't think you have squeeze risk here. I think it has to come down here, hit the cup, hit the handle at minimum. If you can hold this, if we can hold this and do this, we can maybe go up. There's more squeeze risk right here. But I don't think so. I think going into that weekend, we blast down here, and then we come back on Monday, and it's a bloodbath down here. Full-on bloodbath, if not even lower on this lower trend. See it over here. So you can see it right there, a little bit cleaner. I think this is very easy over the weekend, especially with Trump had to say. So a little bit of recovery here to the close. Come down tomorrow, smash that thing over here. Maybe we can smash down here into Friday close. Maybe earlier than Monday. And then what you'd do is you'd like slam this into tomorrow, and then we'd recover into the close on Friday, and then woof, straight down, right down there. And you probably get something over the weekend. Now, if Trump comes out, if the White House comes out, anything like that, you'll get, you can get the squeeze and all that. But this isn't really the place for the squeeze. It kind of is. That well, you could argue that it is because of. You could argue that this band right here of buyers. You could argue that if this band of buyers can recover, and we can get above the hourly trigger, there could be some squeeze potential here, but price isn't there right now. So there's nothing you can do about this where we are right now. The setup here is for lower. You had a chance yesterday, couldn't get it done. Couldn't get down to 672 in the cash market. We did it after cash market. I said it in the stream yesterday. I was like, we didn't get 72. I don't like that in cash. And what really bothered me about that was we slipped underneath after 6 p.m. We slipped underneath. I think this was 6 p.m. right here. We slipped underneath, and then we come into the cash market underneath all of this support, and it's doom on the open, right? Slam the market, sell, get everybody freaked out, they'll panic, and we're parked down here all day long doing nothing. And the same setup is here for tomorrow. You slip us underneath, and before we get into cash market, slip it up, everybody's panicking down here, back up again, and then more continuation to the downside. So this pain and punishment should continue. Now there is squeeze risk, so I'm going to keep telling you that every day. Like there's a squeeze risk, a big one. There was we had a squeeze risk to 692 yesterday. We have a squeeze risk today to 688. It's coming down. It was 692. Now it's 688. And you could make an argument that it's here. You could make that argument, but I don't think so. I think the way you look at the price action, we ain't going nowhere. Just slip this fucker right underneath into tomorrow and blast it down into the morning. Grind, and then slam it down. You're gonna get some panic and hedging over the weekend. Now that's outside of not knowing anything. Like there's things that you don't know and I don't know. We don't know anything from the White House, what they're going to do to jawbone that we're negotiating right now. Then you know already that the news is there's a vacuum in news. There's very conflicting news. There's like, hey, they were mining everything. Now we're not mining everything. We've got the U.S. saying, or the U.S. Or China saying their oil and fuel is getting through. You can't have fucking. There's no such thing as Chinese boats getting through and everything is mined. So we know that. I already know that nothing's mined. Nothing is mined. If you mine everything, that's a weapon of mass destruction. That's what it is. It's a weapon of mass destruction. There will be problems, and there'll be consequences for when that does happen. Now, today I'm reading some stuff here from that's. It almost sounds like I'm surprised it's getting credence or being given time. If you ever watched Monty Python's Holy Grail with the Knight, and he's like, "Come back here, I want to fight you some more," and he like gets his arm cut off, then his shoulder cut off, then his other arm cut. Well, I don't know, maybe the one arm was left. Cut his legs off, and he's like, I'm not done with you yet, right? And that is what Iran sounds like. No offense to Iran, but like here's one that I'm reading right here. It almost sounds like a fucking Monty Python sketch, because I shouldn't say that, but you've got a Iran security chief says, this is just 2 tweets on Walter Bloomberg, 2 in a row, almost one rapid fire. First one, Iran security chief says war won't end soon. And then the next one thereafter is Israel military says it has struck Basu roadblocks and soldiers established recently in Tehran. So you have like Iran's like the knight from Monty Python saying, "Yeah, it's just a flesh wound, bro." Exactly. It's not that big of a deal. And then you got it, of course, like Israel or US being like, we just took out another 100 fucking another 100 fucking rocket launchers. Fucking took out another wave of this and that. So there are other facets to this. Like one facet is Iran could implode and you don't even know it. Like the night, right? All my legs are gone, my arms are gone, and the war will continue. Kind of stuff. When in fact, you know, the U.S. could come out and say they're fucking done. We just like took everybody out over the weekend. I'm serious here. I'm trying to be serious here. So there is squeeze risk here at any moment. You could hear. I mean, I want to give something to the bulls here for that squeeze. You could get the job owning. You could get the. They're finally coming to the fucking table. We've cut their arms and legs off and everything else, and now they're finally going to come. And a lot of what Iran is saying right now sounds like, you know, someone that's losing pretty badly, right? We're going to continue the fight. We're going to keep doing it. That could change rapidly. Or those leaders that are speaking could be taken out, like now through the weekend. But in the meantime, the market is unhappy with no information, low information. You should see some upside move here into the closing bell, like from now into 4 p.m. But then thereafter, if it was me, if I was trying to get the market lower, if I was actively, like, you got to remember that the market is participants. The market is different participants at different times, right? You got dealer activity, you got bank activity, you got family office activity, you got retailers over here, you got family offices and this and that. And right now the street is short. The street is fully fucking short. They want fucking lows. And so they're going to come in with dealers and just hammer. And they're going to do it when you and I can't do it. And we don't have that kind of money. So they'll come in at the end of the day and in after hours. You'll notice that we're getting big moves in after hours and then right in the beginning of the day. And that's because we can't get price lower. So to get price lower, I got to commit. If I was a seller with weight to move in the market with these other participants, the only way for me to do that is when you fucks like me and you don't have any pull in the market, which is typically after hours, pre-market, create fear, stoke fear, put out a bunch of bullshit articles, push that shit to hit the tape, and I'm getting my way with the market. And you can see it in the daytime. We just like trade sideways, and then it's a big move after hours pre-market. This is the same kind of setup. So I would expect the same into tomorrow. I don't expect any kind of squeezing here. Personally, I think your chances of a squeeze right now like 30% rather than 60. You had about a 60% chance yesterday into the close and in the open this morning. But the way that they manipulated price down this morning, those percentage points just started dropping hard and heavy fast. So I expect the same thing to happen again today. You're going to trade higher slightly into the bell. They'll slam it down after hours again. Slam it down in the morning. You're going to wake up tomorrow with a big fucking bloodbath. It'll stop really quick. We'll trade sideways, recover a little bit, and then you're going to hit the 2 o'clock hour when everybody is going to be looking towards the White House to say something positive. And if you don't get that, be careful over the weekend. I think trading like 640 is easy, and I think 620, 600, maybe even 560 is on board, depending on how out of control this stuff gets. And I want to really truly emphasize this, that even the guys in here that I'm reading like the stories to this morning, they are not telling you the entire story. There is fucking danger. If we shut down production or slow production or damage plants, fab plants in Asia, like you start shutting down for even small amounts of periods of time over the next 2 weeks, it'll have a fucking huge effect across the entire world. It'll be bad. I would consider that a weapon of mass destruction. I think earlier I said to you that if you start seeing real damage done, you will see the U.S. Come out swinging pretty fucking hard and heavy. If not, do something devastating to Iran to open up that strait. I would not be shocked. I wouldn't be fucking shocked if you saw a big, huge push come over the weekend as we approach that deadline. And I don't know why no one's really talking about it. I'll put it in a write-up tonight, how devastating this could be really fast. Like, we're talking like starting next week into the week thereafter, it's going to be a fucking shit show. If there is no change in posture and stance from the U.S., and this Hormuz stuff continues on, it is going to get fucking ugly. I warn you right now, it is going to get ugly fast. So be careful into the weekend. Be careful into overnight tomorrow. If you're, I said this earlier, if you're taking puts or shorts or anything, make sure you're just doing them on a high. Like grab a high and buy some puts. I'm in puts right now. I've been in puts all day long until tomorrow. I'm loaded to the fucking gills in puts right now. So, and I'm gonna roll into Monday tomorrow at some point if I can on a high, but just be extremely fucking careful here. This is very, very risky for you guys know me. How many times have I told you on a Friday, on like a down Friday, like, no, you buy all this back, don't worry about it. We're not gonna limit down on Monday. This is probably the we could blast down to the depths of hell. Probably since COVID, I haven't seen anything like this. Nothing quite like this. So just be conscious of that over the weekend, that it could get fucking messy fast. And it could be like 2 weeks of some serious bad news. Now, we don't know everything. You don't know everything. There's things about this that we're not going to know until that information is released publicly, or they say something like, hey, we're at the negotiating table. We fixed all this shit. We killed everybody, whatever the fuck it is they say. Even if it's a lie, we don't have that information. The street doesn't have that information. Oh, they might have it, but we don't. Public, retail, you don't have that information. So you need to be cautious into this close, into tomorrow, into even Monday. And it could get fucking messy. We're talking like big down moves, like big. It's not like a fucking bear. You guys know I'm not bear at all, so you guys know that I'm like perma fucking bull. I'm known for that. But just be extremely cautious into tomorrow, into Monday, into next week. I was a little freaked out this morning by what Trump said. He doesn't normally talk like that. So when you see like a change in his conversation, he's kind of like giving you. He's like, I don't want to say this, but I have to say this. And he's like, I'll just read it to you again one more time. I'll read to you what he posted this morning. And I was like, that's not what you want to hear from Trump. Like, you don't want to hear that from him today. He's bombastic. He's all these different things. And he says, like this is fucking bullshit. He's like, the United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. I'm like, wait a minute here. This fucking guy just said, this fucking guy's whole fucking thing is I'm going to bring oil and gas prices down. And now he's like telling you, woo, it's awesome. And I'm like, hey, you're. And so then he slips into, this is the part that really kind of freaked me out. He said, but, in caps, but of far greater interest and importance to me as president is stopping an evil empire, Iran, from having nuclear weapons and destroying the Middle East and indeed the world. This has not been a topic of conversation anywhere except for right now, or except for recently, right? We're going to dismantle Iran. We had the strikes before. Those were fine. Targeted strikes, take out their things, take more time to rebuild, all that kind of stuff. Had they done something like this here, something like that here, probably okay. But what happened was not that, right? We come off the high of taking out Venezuelan's leader, and you say, fuck it, let's do the same thing to Iran. We'll do it again, just like that. And it sounds like adventurism, doesn't it? Comes off as like adventurism. Same thing will happen over in Iran. It'll be one and done. We're going to tell them 4 weeks. We'll be wrapping it up in a week. So we're now in week 2. We're closing in on week 2. So with no hey, this might end this weekend, or this might end on Friday, or by Monday, without knowing any of that information. And what he's posting to you this morning, and matter of fact, he's been fucking quiet all day long. He hasn't said a word, nothing. He said one other thing he said the Iran national soccer team is welcome to the World Cup. that doesn't fucking help. It doesn't help anything. So, he goes on, he says, thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So he's kind of telling you right now, he's trying to tell you this shit ain't ending today, and it ain't ending tomorrow, and it ain't ending Monday. And if that's the case, he doesn't have anything. This guy fucking loves to stroke himself. This guy comes out and says he fucking solved like 10 wars, 15 wars that he probably created. And he would do anything to say we won against Iran. Think about that. Like Trump to say we beat Iran. We've got they've said we can help with their elections and we'll give them nuclear power for civilian uses with huge oversight, that kind of stuff. He wants to say that to you. He does. He wants to say that he created peace in the Middle East. He wants to say that the 40-year, 45-year problem with Iran, he fixed it. And in this tweet or in this post, this Truth Social post, this is him saying, I don't have that right now, and I got to tell you that before the weekend comes. So he's telling you that right now. So just be really fucking careful. If we see a squeeze today, a small one into the bell, it should be at like 3:30 till 4 p.m. Then they'll send it back underneath after the bell, and we'll start bleeding out into tomorrow morning. So just be really, really fucking careful here. Super, please. I'm begging you to be super careful. And none of you, I can't, nobody else out there is going to tell you, yeah, Trump's going to come out at fucking 3:30 and tell you that the war is over in Iran. You don't have that info. Neither do I. And let's be honest about it. Let's be honest about it. At this point, if you're looking at what's going on over there, we need troops on the ground. Let's just be honest. You either need an intervention from like China and Russia into Iran with some kind of guarantees that they're going to do this or do that, right? And if you don't get that, you're going to have to put boots in the ground. You're going to have to put fucking warships in the fucking strait. You're going to have to put total air cover 24 hours a day in the sky. You're going to be knocking shit out. And you're likely going to send some kind of expeditionary force to start taking out anyone launching shit from the coast. And you got to, like, Oman has to get involved in it. And then you've got, it's going to be messy. So that's what I would expect at this point. Or it's attrition. Like, I don't even want to say the things that I had a conversation about, like some of the options the U.S. would have. I don't even want to say those things on stream, but you could, depending on how bad it gets, like what could the U.S. do to make Iran heal? And none of those options are painless. They are very painful, and it's a routing. So you don't want to see that over the weekend. If you see that over the weekend, the market's going to fucking crater. If you see anything like that over the weekend, market crater. And that probability increases from now over the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You're going to see that probability at some point where there'll be some national security concerns for our partner nations in the East, and then ourselves as well. Some kind of a knock-on to the downside. So just be extremely careful of pricing that in over the weekend. Be careful. The time is not on the side of the bull in this, is my point. It's against you. All of this, like, volatility, unknown unknowns with Iran can easily fast turn into an unraveling inside of our stock market. So just be extremely careful here over the weekend and into tomorrow. So hang tight here. We're going to give you this 1 hour expectation here. Bring this back to an hour. Should see this pounding down and maybe a recovery, possibly. Remember, these are arrows that are straight that are going down, not up. The dotteds are not required, but you might get a little bit of push up here into the close and then a big move to the downside. Now, this part down here, I can't tell if we get down here on Friday or not. Potentially, we get down here on Friday. It's time or price. And then if we start blasting down here, I would expect over the weekend for a fucking bloodbath, unless there's some intervention from the U.S., some kind of intervention, some kind of positive news. Outside of that, bleed, and likely something over the weekend negative happening. And I don't think it has to be. It could be the tape, like news hitting the tape, that's negative. But what I think it is the damage that's being done to the oil supplies to the east. I think that would be the thing. Hey, man, we can't turn around from the damage that's being done to these economies. It would be a headline like that, not necessarily like you see something over the weekend. So in either case, either the U.S. is doing something or damage is being done that is unrecoverable. In either case, you're likely going to see big negative down into the weekend. Price target Monday. Best case scenario 658. Worst case scenario into next week 649, 650, 648, 650, and depending upon if there's escalation in that cycle over the weekend, you see all that, and then the next week you could see even more downs. You see a big squeeze down here, but if we can get down here next week, you'd see a big squeeze. You would see a big squeeze no matter what, but then we would go down again as it continues to escalate. And I'd be targeting like 620, 600, maybe even 5,600. That's an extreme. It's a very low percentage, like 15% chance of that happening. But if it begins escalating, yes. If it gets out of control, it could get out of control. We're on the brink of it. I don't know if you know that, but we're on the brink of some pretty serious damage to be done. So we either need some kind of resolution or clarity, or some real damage done or at least pricing in damage to the U.S. stock market. So we'll keep watching it, monitoring it closely. Be aware of this. You already know from rules you've got no trade unless you've got two new highs over the hourly trigger, and preferably the price hourly and daily are in line. It goes. Sorry, I'm not trying to like price hourly daily in line. So even now, it's still risk off for most of you looking for more pain to the downside until there's some kind of resolution. So I'll watch this closely here in the 1 minute. We'll bring it back over here. I think I had this going up at 3:30, right in here. Just leave this up here, just like that. This is 3:30. And you can actually see that half-an-hour trigger coming down. That's very, very bearish. You see this half-an-hour trigger coming down? We should meet that price up there. We should go up here and just make sure this is where we're going, is this way, downtown. But I don't think we escape this right now. I think it's going to be messy. There's one more target and high if we do squeeze this hourly trigger up here. And I do want to make sure that that white line is just for squeeze stuff. And you can actually see it right here. This hour trigger here, they're trying to block you. This is manipulation if you don't know. This is market manipulation. This is intentional. Bring this right here so I can show you why. I want you to see this. You see this dotted line right here? You see this hourly trigger? They're bringing this below. They're bringing this below these two squeeze lines right here. So what they're telling you right now is we're going to keep negative momentum in our favor, and even if we do squeeze, we're not going to hit that white line. And if you don't hit that white line, you can't squeeze big time to the upside. So this is going to blunt any upside potential, and then they'll dump this down into the AH hours and dump it down into tomorrow's close. So just be conscious of it. There's a little squeeze price action up here, but at the same time, it's likely going to be too low to help a bull out. Too low, too late, too low, too late in the day. Leave that right there just so you can see it. This squeeze could take place just to right here, like up here and then down, or even up here, but even still it's not high enough, and then down. They're closing doors on us right now. You can see it. Clear as day. It's right there. We'll leave it right there. Bulls have a chance above that second white line up here, but I don't think you're getting up there anymore. I think time's not on your side here. So we'll keep watching it closely. Put this pivots up for you. See him? We probably don't need. I think that's all we need to see is that right there. And I'll do a write up tonight on the danger. I haven't seen anyone speak about this, so I'll put a write up tonight on like the real risk. I haven't seen anybody mention what it really is, and it really has to do with it doesn't. I mean, I don't think it really has as much to do with fertilizer. It has to do with foundries in Asia. It does. It has to do with the fuel for foundries in Asia. And there is no top line in this brief is it's foundries. That's the real danger. And number two, this fertilizer stuff, but it's not as big as the foundries. Like foundries are bad, and it's the diesel fuel that's needed. And even replacing that diesel fuel with reserves is not enough to keep it running. You'll start seeing like blackouts. I shit you not. If you're in Asia, if you're in like South Korea, you're in Japan, any of those places, if this continues to unravel and get worse, you will likely see brownouts. I would suspect you'd see brownouts at some point because they're going to try to divert fuel to keep their foundries open. And there may come a point where there still is not enough fuel to keep those foundries open and keep the populace fed and housed and all the other conveniences that they need. And you could see foundries stop working. If you see foundries stop working, that's massive economic damage to a country. So we'll monitor as it continues. But tonight I'll write this up for you so you have a firmer understanding of how dangerous the situation is right now. Let's watch this closely here. Should hold in here. Should hold right about here. Shouldn't have I don't think we dive into the close. Right about here, we should hold right about there. Right about there. I don't think you're going to get another low today. Maybe, but I don't think so. I hope it doesn't spread that rapidly or the unraveling. It's either time or price. It could be today, but I think it's tomorrow. I think they're going to suck you back in again and here, and then they'll do it after hours. I think I'm being generous with the lows here, or I think I'm not. I think I'm being reserved in the lows, not generous. I'm being reserved. I could be more generous in how deep we go. It's not going to be pretty. It's going to be ugly. I'm going to read to you one more thing here. We'll let me see if I can save this. I'm going to read one more thing to you here in just a minute here. This is from Goldman, a midday wrap from Goldman to give you some insight into what to expect overnight. Goldman's midday wrap: equities lower, oil higher as markets continue to digest today's mixed bag of Middle East headlines, with Iran leader Khamenei saying the strait should stay closed. Now we have this information because there is a fucked up information gap from the United States. This is the first time I've ever seen this. The closest I've ever seen, or I haven't seen it because it wasn't alive then, but from what I understand, Vietnam would be the last time that we've had such a tight lid on information, any kind of information. Key focus: equities lower, oil higher as markets continue to digest today's mixed bag of Middle East headlines, with Iran leader Khamenei saying strait should stay closed. The strait's not closed. Strait is not fucking closed. I assure you right now, it is not closed. It is unsecured by the U.S. and Israel right now. So some ships are getting through the strait. Additionally, Trump to suspend the Jones Act, requirement that all goods transported by water between U.S. ports be carried by U.S. ships, to tame oil prices. Oil remains elevated at $95. ETFs driving the tape, currently sitting at 41%, ninth consecutive session above 35%, and longest streak since COVID. This just came out. This is reminding me of COVID. It really is. I'm like, I haven't seen anything quite risky as this. I've seen a lot of bullshit over the years. This is why most like Fridays when we're down, I'm like, fuck no, we're buying that whole thing. This case, I'm gonna err on the side of better judgment and say no. This is reminding me a lot of COVID. So since COVID, SPX minus 138 BPS with only 178 names in the green. Defensive posture continues. There is one highlight here. It says only 178 names in the green. A bunch of those are spec growth. Very unusual. Normally, the first risk off you see is spec growth, and I still have spec growth popping up on my scanner. So there's still risk in the market. There's still pockets of the market that are doing well. Unless you're trading oil, there's other pockets of the market that are doing well. Is my point. But defensive posture does continue. So other notable outperformers, including energy, you already know that. Utilities for fear, and then REITs are actually up too. Wrong way price action in VIP longs versus shorts. High beta Momo, and software versus semis. HFs, our sell skew is big on meaningful notional. Currently, minus 30% better for sale. 99th percentile over the past 52 weeks. Shorts as a percentage of sales are 55%. Pretty fucking bearish, right? Asset managers remain in wait-and-see mode, while flows are indicative of modest rotations around the edges. GIR, a higher inflation path, will make it harder for the Fed to start cutting soon. GIR pushing back the first cut in our Fed forecast from June into September. That's no bueno, right? This stuff will start to unravel quickly. Over the next 2 weeks, this shit is going to unravel quickly if there's no resolution. If there's no resolution, we unravel pretty fucking fast. We do not think that concern about the impact of higher oil prices on inflation and inflation expectations would be an obstacle to earlier rate cuts. You guys should already know this. If you checked out the Larry Williams forecast for this year, he stated that we're at the bottom of inflation. It should go up naturally, even if we don't have an event to send inflation higher. There is a window where if we're pumping money, or if we're pumping money out and oil's not going higher, where the market can go higher, trade higher, outside of pricing and all this war shit. There is a window, but the cuts, nope. Unless we can bring the price of oil down, which right now there are no reserves that can bring the price of oil down. There isn't. There's nothing that can be done at this point that's going to stop this. There just isn't a physical way to do this at this point. So, or at least right now. So, private credit news flows continue. I'm not going to talk about private credit. Private credits. If I put up a private credit chart against that SPX chart, they don't correlate. So, I don't want, and that's just noise to get you to sell even harder. It's just noise. It's just pig piling on with what really is the problem. And the real problem is Iran. If you have Trump come out, you've noticed when he comes out and says anything positive, market goes fucking vertical. So forget the private credit shit. Our flows. We are currently a 4 out of 10 in terms of overall activity levels. What do we do today? Nothing. Just stood around doing nothing, right? Went sideways all day long. So 4 out of 10 in overall activity levels and currently skewed minus 11 for sale. Minus 11% for sale across the floor. LOs are balanced but skewed slightly better to buy. There was some buying action today. I did notice that some of the hourly candles were green. Two green hourly candles. One that's then a third one that started out green, now turning red or turned red middle of the day. So there was some better to buy stuff here, and but I would be waiting. If it was you and I, like retailers, just wait. Be patient. HFs are skewed significantly better sellers. Oh, wait, excuse me. LOs are balanced but skewed slightly better to buy, led by demand in infotech, consumer discretionary and materials versus supply and macro products and industrials. Hedge funds are skewed significantly better sellers. Currently minus 30% for sale. Shorts as a percentage of sales are currently 55%. HF selling being led by supply and macro products, infotech, commercials, communications, services versus modest demand in materials, real estate, and healthcare. REITs and healthcare have been busy all week long. It's been a pretty good week for both of those. So just be patient around these parts. Think information can change in a moment. It can turn positive. So don't be all like completely fucking bare. Oh my god, we're gonna crash. That kind of stuff. We can turn the information around at any moment. They turn the information stream on that's positive. We start ripping faces to the upside. But until you get that, anyhow you see it's a fucking nail and you hammer it to the downside. Unless you're getting some positive news out there. Any kind of like squeeze higher. You get this is a prime example. This is from what I'm speaking about. You see a nice little squeeze in here into the close today. It's to fucking sell. It is. It's to sell. Unless that squeeze is accompanied by some kind of White House, Iran, Israel saying everything is fine and we're breaking up higher over here. But if it's just a squeeze, like a regular bear or negative gamma squeeze, it's for sale. Okay, I think that's all I needed to do here. So, yeah, I think that's it. I don't see any big squeezing into tomorrow. Not seeing it. I see we start stepping down, start trading like the low 60s, start trading the 60 and even below it, and then potentially having some kind of a capitulation move into next week, and some of the news turning pretty fucking dour. The dour news could be one of two things. It's either going to be the U.S. is doing some more damage to Iran, more significant damage, or as the wheels come off in Asia, you'll start seeing that hit the tape next week. And then you'll start seeing discussion over what is the U.S. going to do in that to solve that. And none of those answers are any good. Or none of those answers are good for the market for an expansion of war. I don't think we've even expanded yet. I know that people said the war expands. The war has been expanding. It has not. I don't think you've seen expansion yet. I think expansion is bigger. Anyways, I wonder. I should probably call my brother. I haven't spoken to him in a few weeks. So I'd probably give him a call and find out what he says. But he's probably saying the same thing. We're moving people there right now. That's what I'm betting is happening. We're training people to go right now. Boots in the ground. That's what I suspect. That's what I would be doing if I was in the or that's what I would expect to be done if I was in the military. Would be start. And we got troops ready to go all the time. We got troops on standby, 24 hours a day. So you guys airborne out there, you know what I'm talking about. So it's not like we don't have the troops. We do. We can fly them right out right in an instant. So I think something like that's going to take place at some point. So we'll keep watching it, see what happens. Downside targets. I already told you those. Down here, low 60s. Watch out for a squeeze here in the close, and it's just for liquidity grab to go down even lower. You got a high right here and another one over here. You can actually do this one right here. Raise that up if you wanted to. Right in there, you can see it. That's somewhere right up in here. Get rid of that. Even be lower right in here. And they're going to try to bury this fucking thing. I would. You didn't even see it right there. Any kind of squeeze in here is going to get met with sell. The sellers are right up here waiting for you. Coming back down to the last hour's low. Sweeping the lows on the 4-hour candle from this morning right now. That's 666.91. Very close. Right here. This was when it was bought this morning, right there. This little green line right there, coming right into it right now. Yeah, the first 4 hour even with those two, we had 2 buy candles for like, I think it was total of 30 million. That 4 hour candle at the last hour of that 4 hour candle turned into a sell of 55 million. 13 million for sale already in this 4 hour candle on the day. 72 million. What is going on with this right here? And there goes your squeezing. I gotta get that back in frame just so you can see it. And just boom. Didn't see anything else in the close here today. See that on the screen. Let me show you RR really quick. This is what we had charted on it. If you watch this, this is RR. I mentioned it earlier. We had this coming down to this right here. If you've been following along with RR all the way down, and we're looking for one more move to the downside before we can pick it back up to $1.38. Little pump up here and then straight back down again. That's Rich Tech Robotics. Close to squeezing again. Be careful here. Oops, sorry, I didn't know my screen wasn't on. Sorry about that. Three p.m. in 3 minutes. Put this on 3:30. I'm going to try to get some 0-day calls here in a minute. What was that? You can have that. I don't need that. That's for you. I don't need that. A second here. I want to enter it right now, but I want to wait. I should have bought that right there. Whose gets picked up? So we got this nice little turn up here into the close. Trump coming out and saying Trump should be dropping rates immediately. He's angry.
So Netanyahu holds first press conference since start of the war with Iran.
We got Trump saying the Fed's Powell shouldn't wait for next meeting to drop rates. Oh God. Also have an Israeli press conference starting here in a minute. I don't see a link to it. Treasury Secretary Bessent saying an international coalition could protect ships in the Strait of Hormuz. So we got Bessent begging for other countries to step in to this mess that Israel and the U.S. are in. He says an international coalition could protect ships in the Strait of Hormuz. It was always in our plan that the U.S. Navy or an international coalition could have to escort. I'm going to get stopped out right now. They're going to take my stops here. My stops are right here, so I got to take them off in a minute here. What else is he saying? I believe that as soon as military possible, we will be escorting vessels through. Says on ships in the Hormuz Strait, it is a prospect as soon as we have control of the skies. So you already have.
I'll pop it on the feed.
He's gonna put the video on right now. We'll play it for you from Israel. So we've got the
GC official says if our energy infrastructures are attacked, we will burn the region's oil and gas infrastructure. It's according to state media.
Iran is countering. We will burn everything to the ground if you fuck with us. I'm still long right now. My stops were triggered, but I haven't closed them out yet. I'm going to leave them on I'm going to leave the calls on for right now. So we're getting a little job boning into the end of the day. Everything's going to be fine. Bessent's like, don't worry about it, bro. We're going to own the skies by Monday, and then the whole world's going to join in and secure the free passage of oil and gas. And you also have, I'm looking for a link right now to Israel. I don't see it. I'll look right now and see if I can find ones elsewhere. Here we go.
There's another video of Netanyahu speaking.
כל
I think
המאמצים
it's
הללו
the latest
התכנסו
one.
למלחמת התקומה.
Again, of course.
תל אביב,
I'm just looking for. I'll read this off to you guys here. Hold on here. Let me see if I can get a translation.
הוא עדיין שם, אבל עם יכולות פחותות בהרבה. אנחנו מחויבים להשלים את המלאכה.
There's no closed captions.
לכל אזרחי ישראל, ובפרט לתושבי הצפון, כפי שאנחנו עושים, ועוד נמשיך לעשות, למען תושבי הדרום.
It seems pretty firm here.
מרגיש את נחת זרוענו, והוא עוד ירגיש אותה ביתר שאת, הוא ישלם מחיר כבד מאוד על תוקפנותו. במבצע עם כלבי, אנחנו פרצנו גם...
Netanyahu says Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for its aggression.
גם במאגר הטילים
See if I can get another version of this. Hold on here.
Promised
partners reassess their
Yeah, I got this one live right here, but I don't see a closed captioning. Live and most recent. I'm not getting an option to do this. Oh my god, YouTube's a cesspool when it looks at this stuff. I like just searched for Netanyahu. It was pretty brutal to just watch.
Destroy Israel with ballistic missiles and is attempting to develop a nuclear bomb.
Watch that closely there. Iran has a plan to destroy Israel with ballistic missiles and is attempting to develop a nuclear bomb. That's kind of light. Iran has a plan to destroy Israel with ballistic missiles. We've already seen ballistic missiles not get through.
Says that we're dealing heavy blows to Iran's Revolutionary Guard and Basij forces.
Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for its aggression. Kind of a weak argument there on the nuclear capabilities, or on the nuclear capabilities. I'm misspeaking there. I mean to say ballistic missiles. It's kind of a bullshit excuse there. He seems fairly angry right now in his speech, or aggressive. He goes on to say Iran is no longer the same Iran. Dealing heavy blows. I already told you that one. Hezbollah will pay a heavy price.
Netanyahu says we are changing the Middle East and becoming a regional power, and in some areas, a global power.
Keep on printing. Keep on squeezing. Keep going. Give me that big fucking rip into the close. It should get bigger in here. Right around 330 it should start moving higher. Spoon is tending to turn up. U.S. calling on its allies to step in and secure
Netanyahu says we can create
the
conditions
Gulf.
for regime change, but it's up to Iran's people to take to the streets. We're aiming to stop Iran from moving nuclear and ballistic projects underground.
Let's be honest. Netanyahu wants all of Iran dismantled. Oh yeah, pump it. Pimp it, 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 pimp it. Pimp it for me. Make me some motherfucking money. Keep on pimping. Keep on pimping, don't stop now. Keep on pimping. Keep on pimping, don't stop now. Make me some fucking money. Pop it up. Give me a big fat red, not red, green. I'll take the red candle tomorrow, but for right now, just a nice big fat green candle right here. Oh yeah. Keep on going. Print me like just under $1. Print me like one full fucking dollar. There you go. Get on up there. Keep on going. There you go. This pays the whole week. Every day doing shit like this just pays the whole week. It pays a paycheck for a fucking office worker. That's fucking money. Yeah, keep on printing. Keep on pushing, baby. Keep on pushing. Don't stop now. A little bit more. A little bit more. Get that nice little 1 and 5 minute cross going on that trigger, right? Get that sexy going. That nice little trigger going right there. Give me that nice little vertical 1 minute trigger. Just start sending it. Don't raise your stop yet. Still keep them down here. I can still flush this fucking thing. Start turning up right at 3:30, 15:30. he did make some rhetoric calls. Netanyahu also went on to say, we can create conditions for regime change, but it is up to Iran's people to take to the streets. Netanyahu asked about Motaba Kamani, and Hezbollah leader Qasem says, I wouldn't take out any life insurance on those leaders. That's the that's kind of weird that that's an oxymoron, right? I wouldn't take unless he means that he's not going to try to assassinate them. You mean you would take out life insurance so you can get paid? Let's see if we can get this lift off here. We'll see if we can catch this ride up here into the close. Keep your stops lower down here still. Don't move them up just yet. Watch out for a flush into the half an hour. If our trigger is crossing the weekly trigger above, we should meet up with it before the roll to the downside.
Netanyahu says we're creating the ideal conditions for toppling the Iranian regime.
I can just imagine, like, in my brain right now, I'm imagining Trump calling Netanyahu today and being like, dude, I did everything I possibly could. I panicked the markets this morning on True Social, and I need you to get out there and hold a presser and tell them how awesome we are. Besson, you get out there too. It's the end of the day on a Thursday, bro. Just panic in the streets. Say whatever you can. Got a 1 in 5 minute trigger cross right now coming up. Got some pretty decent resistance here above. Razor stops up higher now. If you have them on, or if you're doing them in your brain, depending on how you trade. I personally don't set stops frequently. Sometimes I do if I can't monitor my shit, but if I trigger my stops, I wait for the retrace to the upside. Starting to break higher now, trading a new high at 668.42.